Does there? Well, there's a correlation maybe, but is there causation? That's the factor, or that's the fact that we need to be looking at. And this is correlation. It's not causation, as we well know. She's far hotter than those of Twivs. Yeah, look, man. If I had to spend all my time on a desert island, I would explore German New Medicine with Ginger Babe instead of the fat beasts on Twiv, whatever her name is. But anyway, we're going to get to the crux of it. This story, this theorem, right about now.
Not going to mind, body, spirit like you and I might. That's not in his makeup. He's looking at what's going on in my body. And he took that new invention called the CT scan, and he started looking at what was going on in people's CT scans. He was looking for a cause of disease in the brain. This had never occurred before. He, at this point, was working at the University of Munich in their cancer area, their oncology area. He was an internist. He was not an oncologist. And he took everyone's CT scan, and he started looking at them and comparing them. And then he started talking to all of the people all of his patients. And he realized that they all had a story to tell. What he was noticing in their CT scans was that they had circles, like targeted bullseyes. It's like, what is this? He had one as well. What was that? He wanted to find out. Nobody could give him a very good, clear explanation of what that was. Even
And now I'll explain to you what that is. So this bullseye, Paul didn't take a break from grifting. No, not at all. I mean, it's not a holiday. It's not Christmas for him, right? Hanukkah had been and gone. And so, yeah, and I saw he gets no peace on his streams. And, yeah, Tuesday, they don't celebrate Christmas. Well, I don't know, do they? Maybe there's some extra special klezmer seething that they do. Who knows? Yeah, my new hair transplant is great. So what are they saying? So basically, this Dr. Hammer, who got testicular cancer after his son passed away, and basically was at a time when CT technology was new. So you've got to go back to the 70s for this. And he's looking at CT scans of individuals, and he's seeing circular bullseyes, literally. Let's just think like that, bullseye target, and starts to make up or postulate, shall we say, the idea that these bullseye characteristics that he's seeing in the CT scans are indicative of some causal mechanism going on inside the body. And then due to this, that's the shock, and then the adaptation, which they talk about, the tissue building up or taking away tissue, etc., is the healing reaction to the body. Okay, so I hope that makes sense to people. I'll let her just speak a little bit now, but hopefully her words are not going to catch you out by surprise.
The CT scan company couldn't really identify.
Right. And this was something that the radiologist would basically just ignore.
Exactly. Right. It was not picked up by radiologists. It was not considered relevant by allopathic or modern medicine. But he thought, well, there's something here. It's in all of our brains. What is that? So he started talking with these patients, and he started to hear their stories. And he realized they'd all had...
And let's... Look, man, ladies, don't get me wrong. We need ladies. We need their empathy. We need, life's dull without a woman making it hell for you. But the problem is that you see where she's going with her mental reasoning is she's not thinking about the data that she's getting from the machine as such. She starts to, the key to for her is that she wants to, or the doctor starts listening about the stories that these patients tell the doctor. That's the critical factor. And so it's sort of playing into sort of psychotherapy with a image taken by a CT scanner.
Had some sort of trauma prior to their diagnosis. And then he started realizing that all of the men with testicular cancer had all experienced a profound loss conflict prior to their diagnosis. Ding, 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 the bells went off. He had as well. He started...
prior loss conflict, so the death of his son. Bells go off in his brain. The bullseyes go off in his brain.
To group the kinds of traumas people had had together. And he realized that everyone who had the circle in the same area in the brain had all experienced the same trauma. Looking further, he realized they all had the same diagnosis of cancer. This was the beginning. He established that all diseases, from the common cold to warts to a heart attack to cancers to anything that occurs in the body, basically, begins with some sort of trauma, or what he called a conflict shock.
Conflict shock in the brain. Okay. Now, to me, initially, quite fascinating. If they're able to substantiate it and bring the evidence to the table that they're using to sort of sell this. And I'm trying to look where she sort of brings an example of maybe they don't show the hammer shock, so I'll have to do that for you. And basically, I can bust this grift in about 30 seconds flat. But before we do that, and keep in mind that this discussion is like, he's not interested in science. He's interested in doing this feminine sort of feels like or emotional like bonding with the patient. One, because it makes it easier to take money from them. Okay, and two, because it makes that person feel good, sort of wanted by the patient themselves. I don't see no women step up to speak out against coronavirus. I guess your emotional state can be a contributor, the cause of everything. Look, stress, we know, will kill you. Right, this is not new. Like cortisol imbalance. The critical thing that they're trying to say with this German new medicine is there's this shock event which is detectable in the brain, and it's got a very distinct signature that you can look at, and you can say, there's the shock trauma, and where it is in the brain, we can deduce where you're going to develop sickness. So I don't know, cancer, testicular cancer. If you have this loss, etc., if you, God forbid, lose a child. Did the conflict show? Yeah, it did, dude. It tends to do that. But I have MRIs and CT scans, and, well, we'll get to that.
Realized and that's the first biological law. Like Melissa said, there are 5 of them. And he realized that at that...
But there are 5 pillars to Islam. Ah! Yes,
10 years, 20 years, hopefully not long. Hopefully you're able to resolve the issues that occur in your life. And when you do, your nervous system then switches from being sympathetic dominant when you're conflict active to being parasympathetic dominant when you're in the second phase, which is known as the post-conflict phase.
Right. So basically, you're in sort of survival mode during the conflict phase, and then you're in, thriving mode.
Again, this is just such a numbskull way of thinking about the nervous system. So sympathetic, parasympathetic. So yeah, you can think about them in terms of positive drive with sympathetic, so pumping a lot of neuroadrenaline. And with the parasympathetic, it's about slowing down, but it's more, it's like the interaction of pre and post synaptic receptors, cholinergic receptors. Anyone see the Canadian vet speaking out about the vaccines? I'm not familiar with him, but he looks quite senior. Tried to post the video on Discord. Yeah, we can have a look. I mean, it's not going to take me long to get through this. So let's first of all, let's have a look at what they mean by a CT hammer focus, and here's a good one. So let's have a look at this. Wow, there you see it. There you see it. Can you see that, folks? Can we download that one? What the fuck? What the fuck is that? All right, so hopefully that's clear on this particular imaging. So here you can see the midline of the brain. Here's the front part. These are the frontal lobes. And here you can see this hammer focus. So you can see the concentric rings which are coming out and spreading out across the brain. They've called them hammer focuses for those Pleiadian children of light, Kev. That's they scared the crap out of me. That's it. So, but can everyone see that? Is that clear? Children of the Damned film poster. Yeah. So, do you see this? Is this clear? I'll just wait for the chat to catch up, and then we'll get into what this hammer focus is. But this for them, everything stems from this phenomenon. Okay, and then from there they build out these elaborate theories to do with which tissues are affected, depending on the. So you have 3 layers basically with embryology. So there's a meso, like muscle and nerve tissue, endoderm, which is sort of GI tract, and then the ectoderm layer, which is like skin, etc. Happy Fukushima indeed. Yes, pick is good. It's clear, yes. So this is what they're calling the shock artifact, the hammer shock. Is that what they call it? Hammer focus, I think. Hammer focus. Let's go back. So the former German physician Rika Gerd Hammer and many followers of Germanic New Medicine count their diagnosis on a very particular interpretation of computer tomography CT scans of patients. This interpretation is not compatible with modern academic radiology. Hammer himself is not a radiologist. In his books and on his web pages, he shows many brain scans, but never mentions details about the type of scanner used, exact date, voltage, exposure time used. He never explains the radiological findings and the reason why the scans were made. For a better understanding, in radiology, usually the left side of the brain is shown on the right side, because a physician usually faces the patient standing in front of them. So he looks from downside to upside. Hammer presents his scans mirrored. The left side is seen on the left side of the picture, etc. Hammer believes that a sudden shock-like onset of an unforeseen so-called biological conflict leads to a so-called Dirk-Hammer syndrome, which immediately, within a fraction of a second, produces a cancer in an organ. I'm an Ali. No, we're good with get rich Bitcoin scams. Thanks very much. It's MC Hammer's fault. Indeed. So let's see. So within seconds of you getting the shock, the cancer begins. So you should all be riddled with cancer, or I should anyway. Let's see, he postulates that every Dirk-Hammer syndrome-related process will take place synchronously in the brain, in the organic brain, and in the organ. He adds that tumors forming were allegedly controlled by that part of the brain, ontogenetically connected with the organ in question. Hammer calls this the ontogenic system of tumors. In the brain, the biological conflict is said to give rise to the development of a so-called hammer focus. By this, hammer means structures seen in CT brain scans, which are shaped like a shooting target or a single mathematically precise circle. He claims the location of these hammer foci and their degree of severity were correlated to the organ's effect, right? So this is basically the full gist of what it is that they're doing. And to people who don't have the technical understanding are going to look at that and be wowed by this interpretation. Okay, that, oh, you can see this? Like my trauma is visible in the brain. I just need to get a CT scan and you'll see it. You'll find something. UFO crop circles in the brain. Is this seen in CT? Well, yeah, actually you can see it in today's CT scans. But there's a reason for it. Okay, but let's just get a little bit more understanding of. So here we can see some more hammer foci, and but this one should give you some clue as to get a bigger picture. No, maybe not. All right, so let's just find out who German New Medicine is. And German New Medicine, so this is their sales pitch. It's not only a new paradigm of medicine, it also a new consciousness. It is the awareness that our organism possesses an inexhaustible, here it comes, creativity and remarkable self-healing capabilities. Well, the self-healing is obvious. Had you ever cut yourself with a knife, scraped your knees, smashed your head with a scaffolding pole? Broken bones. All these kind of things. Somehow the body manages to heal itself to some degree or another. How well it comes back to health is, depending on the environment that you're in, how much you're able to rest. But anyway, this is known. We know the body heals itself, right? Is this an artifact of the instruments? Yes. It's basically all it is. It's a classic CT signature artifact that you see many, many times. Okay. Like I say, I've used CT imaging, regularly enough to know that the scan can be done better. Okay, just by tweaking a few parameters, should you get such an image on your CT scan. So let's see. The Learning GM website is dedicated to bringing the groundbreaking medical discoveries of whatever his name is, Gerd Hammer, the attention of health professionals and the public at large. Our presentations, whether they're in writing, via live classes, by lecture DVDs, wonder how much the DVDs are, or through our online tutorials, focus exclusively on the science of German New Medicine and are categorically non-ideological. We therefore strongly dissociate ourselves from prejudiced statements about German New Medicine on certain websites. In view of the continuous suppression and growing number of misrepresentations of Dr. Hammer's findings, we'll take a look at that in a minute, it's our firm commitment to uphold the authentic research and to secure the original work for future generations, individuals and groups from around the world that have joined us in this endeavor. Today, blah, 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 blah. And who's this? Caroline Macklin, PhD. Oh, PhD like me. She must know her shit, right? Maybe she's a neuroscience PhD if she's getting into CT imaging and hammer foci in the brain. Bacon, yeah. Let's see. Okay, so who is this woman? Let's see. So Caroline Markelin, PhD, received her doctorate in German literature.
That is why you fail.
From the University of Salzburg, Austria, beautiful city, I must admit. After she moved to Canada in 1987, she taught German language and literature at Concordia University in Montreal. During her academic career, she published numerous books and essays on contemporary Austrian literature. In 1998, she resigned from her academic position as tenured associate professor and began to pursue her strong interest in naturopathic medicine. In 1999, during a visit in Austria, she attended her first GNM lecture. Captivated by Dr. Hammer's scientific findings, she enthusiastically dedicated herself to the full-time study of new medicine, as it was still called then. In 2002, after extensive and diligent immersion in the available GNM research material, she met Dr. Hammer and began to study under his guidance. Yeah, I bet she did. They're looking quite cozy there. In recognition of the in-depth knowledge of his work, Dr. Hammer entrusted her with the English translation of the scientific chart of the German New Medicine. And like I say, these people are not doctors. They might claim to be naturopaths. Andrew Kaufman is a naturopath that can't defend terrain theory from a scientific angle. A mind, body, spirit grifter. Yes, very much so. Dr. Hammer. And yeah, PhD in literature, guys. I'm shitting you not. Right? And this is what people... And look, the people who go to these types of individuals, they often tend to be the worried well. Okay, that they always feel that there's something not quite right with them, and that I'm trying to remember that word from the great John Brisson, orthorexics, Right? So orthorexia, they get fixated about their food and clean living, etc. And naturopathic medicine has proper medical degrees. Look, and it's a discipline, right? And I'm not. Look, I don't want to be the type of person that says just dismiss therapies just because there are some quacks around it. Okay, if you can find a good chiropractor that can straighten you out so you feel like you're walking in line for a change, brilliant. I'm all for it. And if it saves you having to take painkillers, even better. If you can find an acupuncturist, a dietitian, whatever it is that can help you in your particular circumstances, that's great. What I don't like is people that are just pushing stuff where it's just based on arrant nonsense or a literal building of straw men like Kaufman does with respect to germ theory. I haven't looked for it at the end of the day. It only matters how well you follow directions. Maybe. You're still learning at a low level when you're at university. If you really want to sort of push the boundaries, you've got to get past the PhD into where you're doing your own research, not someone else's bullshit. But anyway, this is who's running this site, a PhD in German literature. The website looks like it came from the 1990s, and she's here they are protecting their I'll have to get through this, but obviously there are people here that are stealing the work of the great Dr. Hammer, and I don't know if you want to have a look at who's grifting the grifters. There you go. There's a link there for you. But let's just get straight to what is the I want to see how much they charge for videos and DVDs. Watch online for free. Oh, at least that's not grift. Watch online for free in English, or purchase this DVD as a hard copy. Let's go bang. See how much that's going to cost. $72. Select a video format. This is how old this website is. NTSC PAL. No tax. I'm a non-Canadian. Select a video format. Again, still. Anyway, the bundle will cost you $72 Canadian, and jigs. I'm sure you can get a locals discount for this. So, understanding heart attacks, healing rejection and abandonment, virus mania. Oh, I want to watch. Can we watch Virus Mania? Healing rejection and virus mania. Watch for free? No, we can't watch it in English. God damn it! Didn't I just see? Wait, didn't I just see where you could buy for free? No, watch for free. Was it the previous page? Introduction to 5 biological laws. Virus Mania, watch for free. 2 parts in English, part 1 and part 2. I guess they don't want to give it away. Not now they've hit the big bucks with getting onto Andrew Kaufman's grift. But anyway, let's move on. Let's have a look at what it is that we're dealing with. So they're called ring artifacts. Okay, funnily enough. Oh look, case 1, ring artifact. It's the same image we were looking at earlier. Uh,
3 months ago,
3 months ago,
the Canadian government purchased 50.4 million doses of the H1N1 vaccine. And 3 weeks ago, Health Canada approved the vaccines. And 2 weeks ago, the mass vaccination program has started, and the pressure to get vaccinated is mounting. And the Canadian Health Minister keeps telling us that every Canadian who wants it can count on having access to a safe and effective H1N1 vaccine.
Look, man, yeah, give them credit where it's due, right? I mean, we're going through pretty much the same now. Websites like that burn my eyes, indeed. Yeah, the shitty artwork. But hey, man, at the time, this was probably cutting edge, right? And presented by Caroline Marcolin, the Deutsche Literatur Doktor. But yeah, these are ring artifacts, and let's just see what the actual experts say. So ring artifacts are a CT phenomenon that occurs due to miscalibration or failure of one or more detector elements in a CT scanner. Less often, and this is where I've seen it, you've not dialed in the voltage correctly. It can be caused by insufficient radiation dose or contrast material contamination over the detector cover. They occur close to the isocenter of the scan and are usually visible on multiple slices at the same location. They are a common problem in cranial CT. The remedy is usually simple: recalibration of the scanner and inform the referring clinician. Know that the worrying-looking ring shadows are artifactual. Occasionally, detector elements need replacement, which can be costly. There you have it, guys. CT exosomes. But yeah, I as soon as I saw it, I knew what it was, because I've looked at them on monkey imaging. Because a monkey's head is much smaller, so you'll get the artifact just sort of filling up the whole head. So. You know, do I have to go into much more about what it is? It's pretty simple, well understood phenomenon, and the fact that what you tend to have, and this is a big sort of indicator for me that things are, well, they're usually going to come up against hard logic, and it's usually sort of women. I say women, and we get. Kaufman with his stem cell implants. Thank God the patient doesn't have a UFO abduction crop circle in the brain. Indeed, right? See the artwork. Don't panic was a nice touch. Yeah, I guess. But there's this thing of with alternative. It's the thing. It's not wrong, right? But the problem is when you're coming in and you're saying, it's like. I used the example of chiropractors, right? So in the UK, I had chiropractic treatment for my back when I was going to university, and even before then, actually. So I was working in a factory unloading lorries, and I hurt my back lifting a washing machine. And you know what? It worked for me, but it just never would sort of stay healed, as it were. Like the relief was always temporary. Yeah, these are military grade, raccoon grade, and it always just seems to be women that are pushing this this particular approach to this medicine. Okay, the understand the feelings and the emotion, and I'm not saying that's not important, right? But it's overemphasizing its importance. Okay, if you've got a glioblastoma filling up 25% of your skull, I don't care how many incantations they do and how much laying on of hands or how much anything that they're gonna try and do with you is going to be any improvement on a skilled surgeon going in and removing the tumor itself. Yeah, maybe Protonic Storm. They won't be getting much new stuff in the near future, maybe. So, do we need to sort of go through this? I didn't see much else in this beyond. Well, I saw the ring artifact. I was like, oh, I don't really need to see much more. Let me just sort of flash through this. There was a bit where she asked about exosomes, and it's around here. So
I can perceive. So how would you account for sort of the role of toxicity? And if we were living a natural life like before the Industrial Revolution, we wouldn't be having that conversation, right? Because most of the toxins that I'm talking about that bring about illness are not naturally in our environment, right? They're either purposely put in our body under false pretense.
Again, I did fancy that girl. She's cute. Okay, we'll play a little bit more of her, but I want to see if I can find a bit where she talks about exosomes. She asks about exosomes.
Because that is Dr. Hammer, he always said that if viruses exist, because the proof of the virus existing in the way that conventionally people think that it does, it doesn't really. But if it's there, it is there serving a functional role, which is why when your video of like, this is an exosome, they're identical, it actually is serving a functional role in communication or cleanup. And I'd love to hear a little more about like the.
All right, so let's go back a bit and we'll just do the
when and why do symptoms develop at a particular time. So like the pleomorphic cycle and understanding like the role of bacteria. Dr. Hammer discovered that during the healing phase, during this reconstruction phase following a conflict shock where there was tissue adaptation, the bacteria, the fungus, they are serving a functional role. They are helping to decompose those additional cells that built up during the conflict phase. And so they are endemic to the body. They are in the body. They're not something that you catch from the outside. They're something that you manufacture. And your body will proliferate or help to increase like for the example of the lung cancer. So if you have a death-right conflict, you have a proliferation of alveoli cells, the body is building up tuberculosis within the lungs because tubercular bacteria, it is a functional tool. Right. It is a servant of the body. And so.
So you don't worry about that antibiotic resistant tuberculosis. It's there to help you, and you should just let those dirty immigrants breathe all their tuberculosis germs all over you, right? It's just a coof. You should absorb the TB and be grateful for it. Holy fuck, where do these people come from?
So the body has to be able to make it. And so the pleomorphic cycle makes perfect sense that these cells can morph from bacteria into fungus.
So the pleomorphic cycle, remember, is like they see these little sparkly pieces in dark field microscopy. We know that they're pieces of plasma membrane, and these people think that it goes through this cycle of turning into different bacteria and fungi-like shapes and then turns back to somatids. It's complete bullshit, doesn't work. And again, it's dependent on you having, or we know that these species of life form, or even quasi-life form of viruses, have specific genomes which differentiate them. Okay, so we could take an exosome because your body makes them and it uses them for sort of intercellular communication or to communicate one part of the body to another. And you could take the messenger RNA in your exosome, it will match your genome. Okay, you take a foreign agent like SARS-CoV-2, it will have a very, very different genetic sequence than what you would expect to see with your body. Yeah, she's a bit sort of cross-eyed, I think, but yeah, she's not a bad looker.
Ever is necessary and needed by the body at the moment of the resolution, because if you don't have those bacteria, or if they've been wiped out due to
yeah, and the German new medicine didn't fix her boss eye, did it?
Antibiotic use, other chemicals that destroy the microbiome. Your body doesn't have the
proper. I was thinking as well. Yeah, very good. Well, fungi, virus, and bacteria all blended into one. Yes, this is what they think, right? So that there are the somatids, let's just find that. So pleomorphic cycle somatids. Let's see. And so if you want to debunk people, if people talk about that to you, you can take this paper, show them that, conflict shock to the eyes. And let's see. This is the new one. I'll come back to that one. I want to find a good set of images. So this is one that idiot Dr. P.H. Young uses. Oh, that's just the paper. Is that from that paper? Oh. So that's the debunking paper. This is pleomorphism germ theory explained, and I don't know if I want to.
In the course of this microcycle, a growth hormone is formed that is indispensable to cellular division. This phenomenon has been observed repeatedly in vitro cultures. If, under the effects of stress, or for that matter, any biological perturbation, the blood's inhibitors are diminished to any considerable degree, the somatid's microcycle evolves into a cycle that is both different and polymorphic. We then see the appearance of the various stages of a macrocycle, 13 additional phases in all. First, we notice a bacterial form that is the normal evolution of the microcycle when the inhibitors have been diminished. This endogenous bacterial form has been observed by many researchers, Germany's von Bremer being one of the first.
And just so people, that's probably better just to sort of wind that back. Back. Right, so sort of see the edge of the blood cell. And it's a bit of the membrane that you're seeing here.
Endogenous bacterial form has been observed by many researchers, Germany's von Bremer being one of the first. The double bacteria which evolves from the preceding bacterial form is often observed in blood smears. Its particularity is the ability to divide itself by scissiparity to form rods. The rod form looks like a bacterial form, except that it is longer and its cytoplasm seems empty.
Because its cytoplasm is empty.
It should be noted that this bacterial form possesses 2 terminal spores. The granulated double-spore bacterial form has a cytoplasm filled with granulations that begin to move. The maturation of the granulated double-spore bacterial form results in a mycobacteria well known to microbiologists. The cytoplasm is also self-developing. The mycobacteria that we have just seen has developed further and formed bubble-like enclaves to which it owes its name, bubble mycobacteria.
Okay, so just so we're clear here, if that is a bacteria, that has identifiable DNA in it, okay, and it's never been isolated.
Here we see the bursting of the bubble mycobacteria and the release of the elements of its cytoplasm into the medium. The yeast-like formations that result from the bursting of the bubble mycobacteria have a diameter of 4 to 5 microns. Even at this stage, they give evidence of a centrosome. The yeast-like formations proliferate and become ascospore forms, precursors of mycelial elements. From an assay form, we can observe the formation of a thallus, in which the cytoplasm gradually takes shape to constitute the young mycelial form. It is through a conjuncture and with peristaltic movements that the young mycelial form develops a thallic cytoplasm and eventually becomes an adult mycelial form. When this mycelial element reaches full maturity, its cytoplasm is extremely active. And when it bursts, it releases an enormous quantity of new particles into the medium, each particle capable of duplicating the entire cycle.
And that's the pleomorphic cycle. That, like I say, it's are those sparkly things there in the blood under dark field microscopy? Yes. Are they forming all the different viruses and bacteria? Which, look, man, when you go for a test, kombucha under the microscope, yeah, when you're doing these kinds of tests and you have to come up with causality, you can't just make up stuff and say it's a yeast. Right, and you've got to classify what type of yeast it is, right, and why it's there in the first place. And your blood is not spontaneously generating viruses, bacteria, tuberculosis, for example, in order to clean yourself. Okay, it's not how biology works. And we would, like I say, we have such precision now that we can, like I say, pull out, do things like RT-PCR where we can find different segments. We would find the genetic material of these particular agents. Okay, and it's incumbent upon them to show some degree of causality, not just old 8mm film of dark field microscopy. Okay, and this is it's the worst. Oh, what's this? Got something. Am I about to change my mind? What I would say is, if you've got these things in your blood, yes, you're going to be quite ill and poorly. Okay. So Luc Montagnier won a Nobel Prize for finding exosome HIV. Yes, that's basically what they're saying. And as sad as that is, I'm afraid. Here's the somatid cycle. Again, if you want to go looking for it, abiogenic pleomorphism is what I call it, meaning you create stuff out of nothing. Is not a normal biological function. And these forms which they're seeing here is they're trying to sort of gerrymander data into a particular framework. Let's see. So let's go back to where she goes talking about exosomes.
Bacteria, therefore you'll encapsulate the tumor. And so if we have people who have scans years later and like, oh, there's an encapsulated tumor, it's because at the moment that conflict resolved, the proper bacteria wasn't available, and so the decomposition couldn't take place.
Right. And that acute phase you're talking about when the bacteria are present, is that also the symptomatic phase?
Yes, that is the symptomatic phase.
So
That's when
so this, it's like I've basically been saying this, right, all along and not realizing I was actually incorporating the GNM.
That's right.
Right. I suspected it might be the case.
Yeah.
So it's good to formally acknowledge it.
Yes.
Yeah, that along with the exosomes and the virus, because that is Dr. Hammer. He always said that if viruses exist, because the proof of the virus existing in the way that conventionally people think that it does, it doesn't really. But if it's there, it is there serving a functional role, which is why when your video of like this is an exosome, they're identical. It actually is serving a functional role. And
no, they're not identical. And like I say, we've gone through this hundreds of times. I've done many videos just debunking Andrew Kaufman. You sort of get the message. And Rock Girl, how are you doing?
Communication or cleanup, and I'd love to hear a little more about like all the kind of different bullet points of what does an exosome really do, what is this thing being called a virus, and it makes perfect sense that it is there as a part of this reconstruction process, specifically in the ectodermal tissues.
Right. So, well, let me just clarify for the audience about what you mean by ectodermal, because you mentioned it before, the germ cell layers. So, when we're an egg that gets fertilized, right, we develop into this structure, and at some point, it's like a ball of cells. It separates into 3 layers, and those are called the germ cells. And, this is another language point, right, because this is the real meaning of germ, which is new growth, new life, not something dangerous that invades us. But these germ cell layers form all the tissues in your body. The endoderm, the mesoderm, and the ectoderm, right? And so there's lots of charts you could find and say that your skin comes from the ectoderm, right? So the path of the illness or the biological program that you're talking about, I think, and please correct me, that it basically would go along a specific germ cell line. So a certain conflict results in a certain brain lesion, and that affects a certain germ layer. It could affect different parts of the body, but they'll all be from that germ layer.
Correct.
Is
yeah,
that correct?
absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah. And it was really embryologists who confirmed his work, because he was able to take that work of embryology. And what I have behind me and behind Melissa is the chart. These are the endoderm programs, mesoderm, and ectoderm programs. And we know that these have cell growth in the conflict active phase, and then they have cell breakdown in the post-conflict phase. These have cell loss in the conflict active phase, and so replenishment in the post-conflict phase. So he was able to break it down so it is extremely exact.
Wow, so it's basically really uncovering the biological code, right? That a certain thing produces a certain result, and it fits also with the Hermetic law of cause and effect. Very nice.
No, it doesn't. That's again, you're just trying to cherry pick there and give us examples. There's no examples given there. So we've seen that the primary basis on which they've formulated their arguments, that these shock hammer artifacts, not artifacts, the hammer shock in the brain, it's an artifact from the CT scanner. It's a well-known artifact, and now he's just cherry picking what he wants to hear to say it fits my theory, therefore it must be correct. This is not how science is done. It's not how medicine should be done. And what are they doing here? They're trying to pick up new German DNA theory. Yeah, basically.
Which also plays out in other areas of natural healing.
He realized that what he discovered was 100% accurate for 100% of the time. Nothing does that.
Yeah, those are some ballsy claims, right? It should be able to reproduce them. So why are they showing well-known CT artifacts as being these causal elements, and everything literally just coming down to being cancer? And well, like I say, if TB is there to help you, heaven forfend, I'll take my vaccines, thanks. So what causes Alzheimer's? A life of unresolved conflict. Yeah, I guess that would be their argument.
There's nowhere you can say that in modern medicine, unfortunately.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can show much lower effects and get things approved by regulatory agencies. Yeah.
Yep.
So there's nothing that has 100% of anything in medicine the way that they teach it in medical school.
Yeah.
I'll be happy to talk more about exosomes, but there's one area that you alluded to a little bit that I just want to know how it's accounted for in terms of disease, which is exposure to toxicity. Because, in my consultations and in my research, there's so many people who have been, cured or healed from serious illness just really by getting those toxins out of their body. So I just wanted to see. Now, I know from, my experience, whenever I talk to clients, that there's almost always a detectable emotional component there of some kind. Usually it's based on a past trauma of some sort, and it probably could fit neatly into the conflict shock categories if I applied that. to it. But it seems like sometimes those things could have been very far in the past and maybe set in motion a pattern of behavior that brought about the toxicity, or it doesn't always necessarily have a direct cause
Merry
that
Christmas,
I can perceive. So, how would you account for sort of the role of toxicity? And if we were living a natural life like before the Industrial Revolution, we wouldn't be having that conversation, right? Because most of the toxins that I'm talking about that bring about illness,
so
no
one was ill.
Either purposely put in our body.
No one was ill before the Industrial Revolution. So all those lepers that Jesus cured, that was I don't know what that was. too much. I'll be careful. I've got a few more days until I'm off 2 bands back down to 1. So I'll keep I'll try to keep it relatively sane on here for the moment. But yeah, this whole idea that there were not illnesses before the Industrial Revolution is an absurd form of reasoning. And people live longer, healthier lives today. We live too long. If you want my opinion, we've stretched out people's lives where I think that the medicine is so good that we can keep the sort of collapsing body down or ticking along, when normally in nature that you would have been taken out many years previously. And yeah, you get that terps in you.
Under false pretenses, like vaccines, or they're from our food or other environmental exposures, like air and water and such.
This is a great question. And exposure to toxicity does not happen in a vacuum. Like you said, like when a person is exposed to something, and I think the biggest thing to point to the conflict involvement is the disparity in how people respond to toxic exposure. So even like a whole town that's, poisoned because of Teflon or whatever, like people are developing different types of cancers. It's not all the same type of cancer. And so we have to look at how the toxicity is like depleting a person's vital reserves, depleting their body in general, weakening them, making them more susceptible to things like conflict shocks. And so obviously like toxins in and of themselves can be damaging to the body. That's absolutely true. And I think that the future of medicine is going to be in evaluating brain scans and really determining the
CT scans, which is it's nonsense. Why is she running in fast? I'm speeding it up, just trying to get through it, basically. But for you, Brian, sorry, JD, I'll slow it down.
This symptom expression, simply the detoxification, the body trying to rid itself of this toxin, or is it a biological program or some combination of the two? And so I think that there is, you have to take the entire ecology of the organism, of the individual, into account when you're trying to figure out, was it just the mold exposure? Because everybody in the house was exposed to the mold, but only 2 people in the family developed symptoms, and those symptoms were extremely different. And so that's where I take an approach where I look at everything. It's like, yeah, let's clean up your environment. Let's not continue the toxic assault. Let's get the stuff out. Let's get back to nature. But let's also address the psychobiological conflicts and how are you reacting? A big thing for myself personally, because I kind of come from the model of terrain and toxins. I created so many conflicts for myself after learning more about toxins. So I would create a stink conflict anytime I smelled an artificial fragrance, where before
a stink conflict. I'll give her a stink conflict.
I'd smell them and I was like, oh, that smells good. But it became something that I convinced myself, oh, I'm allergic to it because it's poisonous.
Actually, this is quite sort of elucidating. So this shows you how much these people convince themselves that I've got it sped up for listening to this. And yeah, you're welcome, End of Days Prophet. I try my best. Actually quite remarkable, but I wouldn't be drinking cups of pine turpentine. No, I mean, look, it was a medicine. Like silver was a medicine, right? But the way people are using it nowadays is completely beyond the pale, and is not. If you're buying it off people like Paul Cottrell and listening to him and him telling you to keep drinking more and more of it, and you should be drinking fullerene oil to get rid of reactive oxygen species, you're just going way out on a limb. These are not everyday substances that you should be taking, right? And what does turpentine do? It's a solvent, right? So biofilms are a problem, right? There's not like there isn't some kernels of truth in some of the things that they're saying. It's what happens is that these people become true believers, right? And then they're not open to literally being shown what you're looking at is an artifact of my experience is the voltage is wrong relative between the subject and the receiver for your CT scan, and the fact that these people are just buying into it, and she's telling you that she was a terrainer and into toxins in the environment, but it didn't work. So she had to find something else in order to in order to come up with a set of guidelines which would guide her naturopathic approach. Now, the problem is this German new medicine, it's fundamentally flawed by the premise of those, the conflict shocks showing up in CT scans, which is a ring artifact from the scanner itself.
For me, or this, I created a conflict about adulterated oils. I was like, oh, these toxic seed oils, when I eat them, it causes acne. And it wasn't that. I created a feeling soiled conflict after educating myself about toxic oils. And I thought, oh no, it's inflammatory. It's causing.
I'd soil her. Again, she's telling you exactly how these people think, exactly down to the. Down to the letter. And like I say, I've got to be careful about, I want to be fair in my criticism, right? Eat clean, right? Don't cover yourself in, things like perfumes, like she's saying. Don't eat rancid oils. Don't do whatever. Don't drink alcohol. Stop injecting meth into your cock. I don't know, whatever it is that you're doing that you probably know is making you unhealthy. Stop, right? Stop, and your body will heal itself to some extent. Did she say she's a soiler? She had a soil shock. So if she's eaten oils that she thought was non-organic, industrialized, basically. Language is amazing.
Causing the digestive issue or the acne. And so you have to kind of peel away the difference between, the actual substance. Is this ideal? Do I want this in my body? Versus what's my story that I'm like layering on top of this, creating conflict within myself. So I take look at all of it, remove the toxins, but definitely address the conflict components.
Wow, that's really fascinating because.
So, stinking soil. Yes, very Victorian. The concept of you thinking yourself ill, we know that's real, right? That's nocebo, right? It's a nocebo effect. That is. And, that sort of was coined by what can't pass placebo. Please from placebo, I please a substance that occur when negative expectations to the patients regarding a treatment cause the treatment to have a more negative effect. Yeah, so it's nocebo. And everyone has a particular tastes and dislikes, and they play into how you function with your health. And like I say, I bet you if everyone sat down and was honest with themselves, they would know particularly what it is that they do that's unhealthy. Okay? I hope she's not into Gardiloo. What Gardiloo is. Americans not do healthcare very well. Oops, is everyone. Shame on Kaufman, misleading people. Yes, I agree, Linda. And Merry Christmas, Linda. I hope you're having a good one.
I just realized that I could be causing some harm sometimes when I'm talking about various topics.
I wonder about doing harm. Think how many people are in the fucking hospital because of Kaufman, right? It's like 1 in 1,000 Americans is dead now because of SARS-CoV-2, right? And of course, it's not perfect data yet, and it might be a little lower, but it could get much worse between now and by the official end of what would be this sort of coronavirus flu types seasons where we know it's still a coronavirus. It's still dependent on all those constraints that the environment has. But as of right now, we're at 330,000 dead Americans. That's people's fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, okay, gone, and a good proportion of them due to listening to this wanker. Okay, that's the irritating thing. And here he is still on YouTube. 56,000 people watching him. Amazing.
Foods and such. So essentially, you're kind of talking about some form of diathesis model, right? Where you have a vulnerability, and it could be, in either direction, right? You could, as a result of a conflict shock, be more vulnerable to the toxic effects of substances, right? Or vice versa, as a result of toxicity, be more vulnerable to psychological conflict shock experience, right? And then you could have both of those also simultaneously, and they could, in fact, be intimately related, right? And then they feed off each other. So you really need to, address, as I've always said, the whole person.
YouTube censors
and
me.
I always tell my students when they ask me that, I'm drinking from a plastic water bottle, I'm going to have breast cancer. And it's like, okay, wait a minute. Does everyone who drinks from a plastic water bottle have breast cancer? No. Then it might be a contributing factor, but it is not a cause. It does not mean causation. So I always look at that 100% rule. Well, if 100% of the people who eat tuna fish have that kind of cancer, then is it always going to be from toxicity, or is it really from a conflict shock? Yes, the toxins will weaken our body and make us more susceptible to conflict shocks. That's the key.
Right. I mean, even if we took like the most toxic substance that's non-radioactive, right, which is mercury, and gave 100 people a particular dose, you'd have a variety.
I don't know, cyanide, a bit more toxic than mercury. But again, he's trying to prey on people's sort of fears with respects to vaccines, thimerosal. Yeah, we did miss Dave. People are hurt by extremism, arcane denial of reality until they're sick, stubborn, stupid. Forget arcade selection. Yeah, that's a good point, Linda.
Variety of reactions, right? And some people would be totally fine, and provided it wasn't crazy high.
Right, exactly.
Other people would be severely ill, right? So this is a way that could explain all individual differences, really, in response to various environmental stimuli.
Yes.
Or just about how about different genetic makeups, right? This we have the language. We have a much more precise language. But again, what they're doing is they're preying on people's fears, right? And again, it's very much, I think, an American phenomenon. And I don't know how. Well, you can't say that, because the thing is, you can get the best healthcare in the world. Go to the United States, but you will pay through the nose for it. The problem is trying to get sort of a functional, non-profit orientated medicine so that everyone has access to the basic essentials, I would say. Now, if you're paying a few $100s a month for medical insurance, don't expect the latest stem cell therapies, etc., as part of your treatment with the doctor. You're gonna get what's going to be the standard. The standard treatments. That's it. But if you've got extra money to spend, then I'm sure the United States is the place to be. Or you end up in the hands of someone like Andrew Kaufman or this silly bin.
Yes. There is a point at which something like that is going to be poisonous for everyone. And at that point, below that, though, we have to consider biological shocks.
I love what you said, Andy, is the individualized nature of Germanic New Medicine. That's the thing that I love so much, is it really does help us to make sense out of the disparities. Like, why isn't it every person that develops this type of issue? And, it helps to explain, for me, what was so mystifying was living in the world of health promotion and organic food and detox and all of that there would still be people who would develop diseases. And it would shake me to my core when this happened, because I'm teaching people, like, here's a person who's like a pillar of this type of lifestyle, and they develop cancer, and it was like, do I even know what I'm talking about?
Bang! Cluebat arrives. And no, so what does she do at this point when she's given this? No data is wrong or right. It's just data. It's how you interpret the data. So what does she do? She goes ever more deeper into something approximating mysticism, in my view, but techno-mysticism, because they're reliant on this. You can see this fingerprint in the brain, which is this ring artifact. So people who are late to the game here, who are late to class, where is it? So the ring artifact is this thing. You get it in CT imaging, and it's from. So you see like the bullseye. Yeah, except. Stupid thing. Anyway, that sort of bullseye ring there, it's a common artifact in CT scanning, and you get it other places. But to base your whole paradigm on something that we know is an artifact just basically tumbles everything else down. It doesn't. Nothing else stands apart as a unique approach to medicine, because you build it on sand instead of rock. Proposition is a great movie with Guy Pearce. Have I seen that? Maybe. Is that the one where he's the? No, it's not. I was thinking of the magician one. The Prestige, that's called. But it's amazing just to watch this young girl go through this cycle of thinking, and instead of making a cognitive hard stop and saying, okay, I need to just sort of step aside, because the things that were taught to me that I was believing was right, which was remove all the toxins, have this super healthy lifestyle, yet people still get ill and they get cancer, and that sort of shook her to the core. Whereas now she's got a get out of jail free card, because what she can say is that there's some shock trauma buried in her nervous system that we need to dig at. And it's the classic grift of the psychiatrist, right? That they're going to find through probing you, through questioning you, they'll find where you've got the imbalance or the trauma occurred in your childhood, etc. And let's not forget the amount of parents that got their children taken away because of the social workers implanting into children this concept of false memories of child abuse. Okay, this is a well-known phenomenon, and these people are lapping it up.
These health promoting things that I'm teaching people really going to prevent cancer. But with this knowledge, it's like, oh, well, you can't and you don't want to prevent cancer because it's a biological adaptation that is delivered.
They want to stop or prevent cancer because it's a biological adaptation. All right, darling, if you say so. I'm not sure what to say to that.
And intentional in response to an experience an individual had. And so it's not something that you want to prevent, that the healthiest person who has the best diet, who lives in the most pristine place possible, who's taking in the cleanest water and the cleanest air, they still, if they suffer a conflict shock and their biology is taken off guard, they will develop tissue proliferation, tissue loss, functional loss, and that is totally normal. And that for me, just frees me from this idea that I can prevent this if I just...
It frees me from any responsibilities whilst I'm charging people for my health grift. Okay, there it is. That's basically how you could just take what she's saying and just break it down into complete and utter nonsense. Okay, so she knows the cure to cancer, which is, just let the cancer run riot. Let it do its job.
Good enough.
Right. Exactly. We all know or have Uncle Bob, who's, 86 years old, who smokes, cigars every day, drinks whiskey every day, lives on white bread and Spam, and is going spry, doing fine with no symptoms. Okay, that person should be dead, right? And they're not.
My Uncle Harry.
Yeah.
He was a merchant marine.
Yeah.
Right. So he basically was a sailor. He smoked the filterless Camel cigarettes, like all chain smoked all day long.
Health grift, it's bonkers. Heading to Twitter. Yeah, it is, Linda. It's I don't know. like I say, it's just it's a constant stream of content for me. And, if I help someone just by, pointing out the insanities in it, where they wouldn't know where to, where to look. And particularly this one was very easy, just from the ring shock artifact. As soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, okay, I get it.
And, he outlived everyone. He, even after he retired at like 75, he got married, outlived his wife, lived till his mid-90s.
Yeah, there you go. I mean,
was healthy the day he died.
That? Yeah. And then we look at somebody who's, a woman who's 40 years old, who does yoga and eats organic and has a loving, supportive family and does all the right things and exercises, and she has breast cancer or something else. It's like a fibromyalgia. How does that happen? Well, with German New Medicine, we know exactly why that happens.
Well, this is really eye-opening, because all of these stories of various patients or clients from the past are just...
The fact they're just so fucking credulous and just believing it, to me, is just not questioning it, just being like, oh, yeah, that sounds like a reasonable explanation, and not delving any further. And you know what? These two women have paid Andrew Kaufman $1,000 to speak for him for an hour to get some clout from his channel, right? That's how this grift is working. Viking Bird could do the Fukushima cleanup on her own in a bikini. Well, I would try to prevent harm in that particular case, and hopefully you want some of those genes to get through to the next generation.
Kind of going through my head, and I'm like, oh, that's why it worked out.
Okay, so I want to share another little tidbit with you, Andy, and that is that once Dr. Hammer mapped out the entire brain, like Melissa said, and we figured out the conflict shock for all the diseases out there, he then turned his attention to the world of psychiatry, and he started to put it together.
He ramped up his grift, is what she means.
On what is going on when people are paranoid, schizophrenic, when they're whatever label you want to give them. And he discovered that they also are following the 5 biological laws, and those are also conflict shocks. So what he discovered is that when we have a conflict shock in one hemisphere in the brain, and we're conflict active, and then we have a specific kind of other conflict at the same time, it will switch to the other hemisphere. So now our brain hemispheres are vibrating at different frequencies, and that produces a compulsion, a behavioral change. They're now
well, this is my area of speciality, and that is complete bullshit. I can absolutely assure you. We can map the circuits down to exquisite detail with respect to how to induce OCD-like behaviors, what the imbalances are, this is complete nonsense talk and has no basis in reality whatsoever.
Depressed, they're now manic, they're now narcissistic, they're now what we'd call a Casanova. He discovered all of these. There's about 25 different combinations that explain what we'd call mental illness, mood disorders, and behavioral issues.
Oh, just 25. Oh, that's it, Fix. And just got to watch out for 25 factors, huh?
So it's another whole level to this that is absolutely fascinating.
Still don't know how this guy got so big so quick. I know he got pushed by Big Truth names, but I still run into people quoting his original BS. Yeah, and you have to ask, how did he get onto that circuit with those big names? And like I say, that looks like a very, very big psyop. And when there's hundreds of millions of dollars at stake through people like EcoHealth, Health and Human Services, and these are just the ones that we know about. It doesn't include from all the other institutes and organizations. And like I say, as tweets, maybe I'll get into it at the end. Let's not get distracted by World Economic Forum right now. But this has all the elements of what I would consider a sort of classic psyop type event, right? It's there to confuse the populace. It's there to make people uncertain about what's going on. And once you do that and you fracture a people, particularly a cultural society that you want to break, then you've done more than half the work necessary, such that you probably don't even need to go to sort of full military conflict. And someone put an interesting clip in the Discord earlier, and I've been following this in the background, but like China is making out that they've got a quantum leap ahead in quantum computing. A bit of a tautology there, I'm sorry, but a warp speed jump in quantum computing. Okay, and we've taken our eyes off the ball. Well, we've allowed China to make these jumps. Okay, Michelle, you take care. And Michelle, if you want people to get the lowdown on Dazak, send them my way. I will fill them in on the details, and I will do my best that I can. So yeah, have a good day, Michelle. So Kaufman is a Pied Piper. Yeah, very much. Deprecate wasting all the money on hair growth. I think a lot has gone into stem cells, and he's got to maintain 2 Porsches as well.
Amazing.
Yeah, I definitely would like to learn more about that. But I was wondering if you could take me up on my earlier request of just sort of like, think about a hypothetical patient or a patient that you can talk about that, like, how did you actually, like, describe maybe what the conflict shock was, and then how did the person actually successfully resolve it? Or what type of tools do you have in your arsenal to address or help resolve these things?
Melissa, do you want to start?
Sure.
That?
I think a great example right now would be the isolation, abandonment, refugee existence type of conflict. So this is one of the just most amazing biological programs Dr. Hummer discovered, and it has to do with the kidney collecting tubules. And so when an individual is feeling isolated,
she's a bit nervous and a bit flighty, but carry on, my dear.
When they're feeling like the black sheep of their family, when they're feeling like no one understands them, when they're feeling like I'm the only one who is awake and alive and everybody else is covered, no, they're masked and they're afraid and they're in their house. I'm like,
I can really relate, Melissa.
Simping is gross.
I think most people can.
I think that's a big one right now, and they're feeling so isolated. And so at a biological level, and another thing that's so cool about this work is looking at this ontogenetic, like how it all started. So looking at the brainstem being the oldest portion of the brain, and so it's like they got the most ancient biological programs are from this endodermal tissue controlled from the old brain. And so when you think about the biological correlation, it is feeling like a fish out of water. So back when
God, it's painful to listen to.
Organisms were just water dwelling. If you were washed up on the land, that's like 911 emergency. You're going to die. You are isolated. You are a fish out of water. And so the biological program to help you survive until the tide comes back in is to close off the kidney collecting tubules and hold on to water. And so our modern equivalent of that is feeling isolated, fish out of water, afraid for our lives, feeling rejected, nowhere to go. I can't go back home. I'm quarantined. I'm afraid. Then the body, your biology is getting the message, 911, fish out of water, close down the kidney collecting tubules. And so if a person has been home, isolated, not able to go to their job, afraid for their existence, for their ability to pay their bills and take care of their children, and they're home and they think, I've just been snacking too much and I'm gaining weight. It's not weight that they're gaining necessarily. It's water. And so if a person is like putting on weight and just, they're not peeing as frequently, it's like this person is active with a...
Okay. Oh, man. Is that a speed of speech? It's been speeded up a little bit. You can have a normal...
a kidney collecting tubule biological program, and they're in the active phase. So what is it going to take for this person to bust out of this conflict, to feel the sense of, I'm okay, I'm connected, I'm going to be okay, everything's going to work out for me. For me and my work, that's really what I do with people, is coach them through different ways, because it's not going to be the same for everyone. Just like the conflicts aren't the same for everyone, the resolution is not going to be the same for everyone. So it's an experimentation process. I have personal kind of toolbox that I bring in and I say, try this, think about it this way. Sometimes we, very practical solutions are always the best, is like, what can we do to help you feel more connected? Is there a small group that you can get involved in? Are there people that you can go to see, or someone that you can call or connect with that will help you to feel this sense of, okayness, that I'm going to be okay? Can we start brainstorming about, you know, an at-home business that you can start getting an income so that you don't have to be worried about sustaining your finances? And so it's like, what is it going to take for you? And sometimes we have to go out to the biggest picture, you know, cosmic spiritual work to allow the person to feel like, you know what, ultimately, existentially, I am okay. I'm going to be okay. I'm going to make it through this. And whatever it takes for that person, when they make that shift, when they feel I'm going to be okay, then they're going to be up at night, night sweats. The night sweats indicate that the tubercular bacteria are at work breaking down the extra cells that were closing off the kidney collecting tubules, and they'll be up all night sweating and peeing. And they'll probably wake up in the morning 5 pounds light.
Oh, holy fuck. How did your kidney collect it? Well, you have kidney tubules, the loop of Henle, and that's how you do exchange of sodium and potassium, and you excrete urea. Loop of the and so this enables you to sort of maintain osmotic regulation of your blood and water. So, but again, you know, this is, you know, so what lies on top of the kidneys? It's the adrenal glands. All these things are linked and can be described in much more precise ways than the way that they're talking, because like I say, once the technical basis is there of it's built from this artifact from the X-ray, that just disables a whole lot of their argumentation. And then them saying that the other big component, which is the diet and the toxins, doesn't work. So now they've got to find a framework and a set of postulates which enables them to try to help understand a particular set of circumstances. And of course, I'm not saying being shut down in your apartment, particularly if your home life, is not the best. And you know, you'd like to get out, to go to work, etc. You enjoyed the social aspect of it, and that's been taken away from you. Then for sure, it's gonna impact you, and that's gonna drive up corticosteroids and all this. And this type of let's say, it's an acausal way of trying to describe a complex physiological response, and it's not just feeling like a fish out of water. Yeah, that's about right. Protonic storm. Must be getting those goods if you're spitting stuff like that. Must be doing that intentionally and grifting. I don't know. Am I spitting? If I'm spitting, I hope not. But anyway, that's the loop of Henle.
Lighter because they've resolved the conflict.
Right. Now, it's important that they don't go to the doctor, because then they'll end up on an antibiotic for a urinary tract infection. But yeah, this is real.
Yeah, ladies, that urinary tract infection you've got, you just let that motherfucker burn. Right? Let it burn. Don't go and get some antibiotics to help clean it up. No, you just let it burn. The fuck, man.
Really, really fascinating. So it sounds like really you're kind of like getting in the trenches and rolling up your sleeves, and it's like, let's figure out how to solve this kind of approach. And you're not, you know, following a manual of some, you know, psychotherapy that the person is probably not going to really do once they leave your office, right? So how invested, like, do people get? Because, you know, this is very similar to the model that I use when I work with clients, that, you know, I just provide them information, and then it's up to them to act.
But your information is shit. That's the problem. Demonstrably wrong. Whether it's being unable to interpret electron micrographs, to the nomenclature of COVID, to what other ones have we caught him out in? The primers on the RT-PCR. He doesn't know what he's talking about, and
actually do anything, right? They have to obtain materials, they have to plan out their schedule, they have to make, you know, checklists or whatever's required. And it sounds like it's really like that here. It's sort of up to the person. You're just providing information that, okay, this might help the situation, or this or that. You choose which works for you, and you do it.
Exactly. Yeah, it's very individual. I really recommend and suggest that people really understand the biological program, because understanding the biology and understanding the symptom is so important, because a person's reaction to their symptom can keep them stuck. And that's how you get caught in this vicious cycle where I'm retaining water. I'm feeling like I'm not connected to people, but now I'm feeling overweight. And so I feel like I can't go connect with people because I'm not my best self right now. And so they have to take the tools and remind themselves daily and do the work. And so, yeah, there is definitely a personal, individual responsibility. No one is coming to save you. I can't give you a pill that's going to transform this. I can't give you.
JD, and I think that there could be an element of that. There's there's a Kaufman that works for EcoHealth Alliance, and it's Syracuse University, New York, is a known sort of CIA little psyop program, Mockingbird, whatever you want to call it, and it's just too coincidental that these people have come up when they have, and it's causing mass confusion, right? And I don't know, so I can't remember his name, but he's like this Asian doctor who's talking about Dr. V. Yeah. Anyway, I was watching it today, and he's talking about that he's a surgeon, he's retired, and he's literally having to deal with viral deniers, right? This gal spouts quasi-evangelistic gobbledygook. Yeah, I'm thinking that. He's the kind of doctor who'd give a flatliner a Panadol. You mean a Panadol? Davro, that's a rough thought.
Something that's just going to magic take this away. It is kind of intentional and deliberate transformation of self, of how I think, what I think about, how I perceive things. And so, yeah, that's my approach for sure, is, you have to take on these tools and make them your own.
What you'll find, Andy, is that all of the people who are practitioners who use German New Medicine with their clients, we all have a different skill set. Some of us are hypnotherapists. I'm a traditional naturopath. Others are energy workers. They're all going to bring in what they have, what they use as a tool to work with that client. And hopefully, refer out, hey, maybe you need to go see an herbalist just to help strengthen your body with some herbs so that it'll be easier to get through that healing phase. Mm-hmm. So we all bring in that aspect.
I would think there's good cause for arresting Kaufman right now. I mean, if you could say that your relative listened to Kaufman on YouTube and was convinced by Kaufman and then ended up dying of COVID, then I don't know, maybe you could sue him. Access to it, hit the Discord if you want to find all the latest information. We try to aggregate as much as we can. The more people we have aggregating stuff, the better the Discord becomes for everyone. So head over there, we'll let you in. Let's see. She's referring to light workers. She is referring to light workers. Never forget Dr. Quante Jiang. Not sure who that is.
Of what we know. But ideally what we do, we're teachers. That's all we are. We're simply teaching. What's the conflict that's gone on in your life? How does it progress? What does the conflict active phase look like? What does the healing post-conflict phase look like? And how does this resolve? And we help each person get through their journey, their path.
Well, I really believe that, a teacher or a pedagogue is really what physician means, and, actual word. And that's really the role that we should be in, because, it's up to each individual to take care of their own health, right? And we can't really do it successfully for them. Of course, we have, the white.
So all those young kids with leukemia, that was their fucking fault. Let them find their way through their disorder. What kind of tripe these people come up with, man? It's fucking gross.
Code allopathic model, which makes you believe that someone can do it for you if you just swallow that pill or sign the consent form so that they you can be surgerized, that's all it takes, and they'll actually do the work for you, right? But and what really led me to this point was just observing time in after time that people who did take that pill and expected someone else to do all the work, that nothing changed for them in their life. not really even one time. With there are a couple of discrete examples. Like if someone's having a seizure, usually you can stop it with medication, but they'll still have more seizures though.
Yeah, they will. And you know what? I'm pretty familiar with epilepsy and its treatment, and with people with severe epileptiform discharge that's literally killing them. You can't tell me that that's because they had some sort of conflict shock in the past. I'm sorry, I'm not buying it. Physical trauma, maybe, like being hit on the head or something, or there's many causes for epilepsy, but the fact that they think that they can talk away epilepsy, that's just fucking nuts, right?
Right. So it's a very limited benefit at best.
Yeah, exactly. So if somebody was having seizures, which is what we would call an epicrisis, which is halfway through the post-conflict phase, it's simply the pushing out of the edema in the circle in the brain and on the organ level.
Oh, that's just so fucking painful to listen to. So the artifact from the X-ray, they're pushing out edema from that artifact where there's no edema, and the simple fact of the matter is that if that image was visible in the CT scan, they would be able to take MRI scans and see something approximating a deformation or injury in that particular region as well. I'm not buying this. We know it's bullshit anyway. So this is, like I say, these are people that have been sold on. You know what this is the equivalent of? It's like the Scientology where they give you the cans to hold and then they say that, oh, you're feeling stressed, etc. And she's, well, they're all just sort of feeding off each other. And the thing is, there's a willing audience of people that want to believe it. And like I say, it does seem, well, it's called German New Medicine, but I don't know, it seems to always catch a big hold in the United States.
So there's an epicrisis in all biological programs. And if there's muscle involvement, especially striated muscle, we will see that epicrisis. That's what we call a heart attack, or it could be a bronchial cough. It's a coughing. So we might see that, but for a lot of programs, you don't see the epicrisis. It's simply the pushing out of the liquid. But if somebody had multiple seizures, we would work with them so they understood why they were having repeated epicrises. And then once they were able to help to downgrade whatever the issue was in their life, they would see their seizures would stop.
Well, that's a fantastic thing to hope for. And, I think most people don't even believe that that's possible.
Exactly.
No, it's not. And if you could in any way demonstrate that at a clinical level with statistical power, then I will become a convert. But I know that you can't. It's new word a minute. Yeah. It's a job. But the thing is that people get taken in by it, right? So what happens a lot of the time is that they come up with techno jargon or techno babble, and people are afraid to ask, well, what do you mean by that? Epicrisis? Yes, that's yeah, very good, Linda. But the yes, like I say, I don't know. I don't think there's much more in this, and I think I've sort of done the main thrust of what I wanted to do. So if you guys have something you want to go through, got questions for me, they don't bring up anything else of interest to tell. Not that I haven't even watched this file, but it's nonsense. They're looking at an artifact from CT scanners. It's a well-known artifact, and they've built a whole artifice around it that's complete nonsense. And they're shifting and they're grifting it on the internet, and people are going to pay thousands of dollars for it. And look, yes, you will get no argument from me for the idea of stay positive, stay healthy, do everything you can to help your body be as strong as it possibly can to adapt to the environment. But here's a simple fact. You're getting older by the day, and you go through your peak, and then you go on the decline, and et cetera, et cetera. And hopefully when you get to the end, you check out without too many regrets, and it's not too painful. okay, and you go out and you've made the world a bit of a better place than you found it, and there's a few more of your offspring contributing to the human race. If you can manage that, you're doing great. And have you shared your thoughts on the new mutations of COVID? Somewhat, but again, I don't think we know enough about it to say it's more transmissible. I mean, I guess the evidence is that it's becoming the predominant strain, like D614G did earlier in the year. JD, that's a good way to do it. We don't know with these mutations, and the thing is, as a laboratory released agent, there's going to be a whole bunch of unknowns right now, and to me, like I say, I don't like lockdowns. I think there should have been, the fact that Asia has managed to sort of keep open somewhat, but then look what Japan did. Japan shut its borders today to anyone from outside of Japan. You have to be a Japan national to get into the country. You can't come in here now as this new strain is emerging. That's how you deal with it. And in the West, we've kind of lost that ability to be able to put your family first rather than the dollar or the share price. And if you can save a dollar or a penny on the dollar by getting cheap undocumented workers in, then more power to you is the sort of idea coming from the libertarian right. Or then you've got the other extreme, which is the complete shutdown, which seems to come very much from the left. I think we could have got through this in a far more nuanced and sophisticated way. But you know what? There were just way too many retards that got a hold on this as a means of, well, pushing a name for themselves, and building YouTube channels and clicks, etc. And COVID is cool meme. The whole of fake B gene has gone. Is that true? Americans are look, man, I lived in America for many years, and I liked the US. I liked the sort of free thinking, can do type of spirit, but there's a problem with ego, I would suggest, in some people. Not all of them, but the thing is, because it's an ego problem, they tend to be the loudest, and you tend to notice them more. But the US is a very rich and, sort of socially rich and, well, wealthy as well, culture. And I loved the United States. I don't want to see harm come to the United States. I know that there's many ways to bitch about the United States, but I think the world is a better place because of the US, how generally it operates, and just right now it's being squeezed at its most vulnerable points. And that's the problem right now, is that the same programs which kind of got them through before, which is, I don't know, you can basically call it the American revolutionary spirit instead of the Jewish revolutionary spirit. It doesn't quite work under these circumstances. Well, actually, it is going to work, because basically what will happen is it's just going to crash through the population. You'll have X amount of casualties, way more than probably other countries, and then you'll sort of manage to sort of get round. But the problem is that you get such disparity between those that get taken out probably through no fault of their own. So the people that were hanging on because the parents were running double shifts in service type jobs, etc. A lot has gone wrong, and a lot of it was justified by the idea of free market capitalism as being the cornerstone of the American social project, and I don't know. It comes to a limit. It has a natural limit. Same with collectivism. I'll heal you with prayer. Just deposit 500 to following account. Yeah. In DJ sitting in a tree. ASYING. What that mean? It should be less infectious as it has no fear in cleavage. Maybe, but I mean, if I wanted to sort of delve in deeper to the mutations, so the one that's occurred in the UK potentially looks like it might have come from mouse experimentation, and it's adapted to murine models, these Balbc mice, and why they have that particular designation, Balbc mouse. Remember, Balbc is an albino laboratory-bred strain of the house mouse, which a number of common substrains are derived, now over 2 generations, from New York in 1920. So there you go. It's an albino mouse that they've been testing SARS in, and that's one of these new mutations that maybe is. And so the thing is, because it's more transmissible, we might get more sort of long hauler COVIDs, and should go with some stem cells. I emailed my MP back beginning February comparing COVID with foot and mouth. I have this reply on a parliamentary headed paper. Post it on Discord sometime. Sure, Calsmart, and good to see you. Hope your wife's doing okay. The Americans supply a fishbowl to broken leg. It's true because there's money, but it's mostly gone. It's very strange. We think the genome may be made up. Well, like I say, I think so. With the RATG13, I think they had the sample, and we know that they published a similar sample in 2016. Okay, and they probably had that, and they renamed it, and they've been caught out in that specs, and so it's a lot of scientific misconduct that's been ongoing, and the problem is it's not specifically my domain of expertise. I'm not a molecular biologist. I mean, I can speak to the fact that I understand the rules that you're supposed to play by under the context of running a lab. That's how I can sort of come at it. But the this particular highly transmissible strain, maybe it's come from mouse research. I don't know, potentially. But the South African one, I think, is more problematic because that seems to be targeting children. And the one saving grace we've had so far is that I've read that non-humanized mice can be infected with SARS-CoV-2 directly. If that's true, then this is new strain directly from lab passage mice. Yes, I would guess so. That's what I would think. Looks like the English teacher that automatically gives all the girls in class better grades than the boys. Catch up with the chat here. Apparently there's the same mutation that came out of Kent to the one in South Africa, which has 4 derivatives, if I'm not mistaken. My understanding is the South African one is a different version. It's a new I don't know. I need to go back and I need to sort of catch up more on these different strains. So maybe let's do a quick Google. Let's learn right now. South African COVID mutants. And more infectious than UK.
Days after a new COVID strain was found in the United Kingdom, another mutation of coronavirus has been detected again in UK. The new variant is known as 501V2, referring to the second variant that's been found, and it's linked to South Africa. Preliminary reports suggest that this strain is even more infectious than the UK strain that has again put now the world on edge. 2 cases of the South African variant of the virus have now been reported in the UK. Both cases are contacts of those who travelled from South Africa over the last few weeks. The United Kingdom, that's already under a tough lockdown, has decided to impose restrictions for travellers from South Africa, and it's also mulling tightening the existing lockdown curbs further. This mutation has led to a surge of COVID cases in United Kingdom. In fact, the South African Health Department has also blamed this recent surge in their country to the mutated strain of COVID-19.
We've detected 2 cases of another new variant of coronavirus here in the UK. Both are contacts of cases who have travelled from South Africa over the past few weeks. This new variant is highly concerning because it is yet more transmissible and it appears to have mutated further than the new...
70% more infectious. Jesus. Like I say, to me right now, I mean, I'm just making, I guess, somewhat educated guesses, but my understanding of virology had always been that the organisms tend to try to reach some sort of parity, and you could say that maybe it's not as harmful, but if it's so much more infectious, then it's going to rip through population quicker and overwhelm services, and it doesn't bode well. And there's a lot of the questions. One of the biggest mysteries for me has been, how come Africa as a continent hasn't taken or hasn't been reporting the cases like the rest of the world? Africa seems to have been an anomaly, and it may well just be the case that it's taken time for the virus to mutate in such a form that it can now begin to sort of grow exponentially in the environment of Africa. And who knows what that means for the rest of the world right now. And what does it mean for vaccines? Again, I don't know. And, people ask me about the vaccines all the time. I'm of the opinion that scientifically, I don't trust them, but I understand that they're there because it is such a crisis right now. And look, I read a report just the other day that the US has lost 3,000 frontline healthcare workers, nurses and doctors, since April. Okay, that's a staggering number. Okay, especially as if they're of the younger age demographic. And I heard a resident in her 20s passing away the other day. So there's a long way to go, and what we need to do is you've got to remain calm under fire. If you get ill, do your best to be healthy. Try to be healthy, right? Do the things that or cut out the things that are not helping you. And Jimmy, how you doing? Good to see you. And it's kind of the end, I'm afraid, but we were just sort of taking a look at Andrew Kaufman's latest grift, and it's just insane stupidity, right? And all this, okay, has to be put in the context as well of the Great Reset. We cannot ignore that, and we cannot just take for granted that these people who would stop the world are afraid to sort of use these tools, right, to get population compliance. And if 50 to 100 million is a sort of metric by which they're prepared to work through to ram through their next their next iteration of societies, because that's what the Second World War and the Cold War sort of racked up to, then, and they're looking at this 5-year window, then we're going to be in for a very turbulent 5 years, I guess. And to be losing 3,000 frontline healthcare workers in the United States, those people should have options available like vaccines, okay? And it's up to us as a population to not do stupid things like putting yourselves into a situation where you're going to be exposed to a pathogen. Now, I was speaking with Evan and that fake guy Dan's podcast about, you know, what to do with respect to the United States right now, contested election, etc. Do you go and demonstrate on the 6th? And, you know, do I think everything should just stop? No, I don't. But I do think that you should be cautious. Don't just be blasé about it. And because if you want a good example of where it goes wrong, look at that Sturgis motorcycle event. That was a massive super spreading event. And what was that full of? Full of the freedom types riding their choppers up and down the main street of Sturgis. And now Dakota has some of the worst rates in the United States. Terrifying me the way people are speaking about viruses that they know nothing about, and that scares me. Well, yeah, that's another thing. You have to understand where your limitations are, and yeah, it's amazing how suddenly everyone's an expert on PCR and genomics, etc. And literally, like I say, in order for you to be even relatively competent, that you can have a lab, you're probably looking at sort of 10 years from finishing your graduate, getting your bachelor's degree, right? Before you can sort of speak semi-coherently to your peers in the field. And there are people that haven't done that and have bought into the narrative. They've bought into the David Icke narrative. And think of the UK right now, how it's been slammed shut. Think of all those demonstrations they had in Trafalgar Square with Sherimani and well, yeah, man, Mark, steal your 5G. That's a battlefield weapon, like. And David Icke and all those people. Even Kaufman was there, having people cheer him on as they were talking about and literally causing and instantiating this new world that's coming out of this great reset by them sort of ginning up the crowd in a way. And whereas my approach is go into stealth mode, man, and stay out of the lines of fire and don't get taken down by the mob. That's the worst thing that's probably going to take you out. Okay, and are they riding rally choppers? No, and that would be limited audience who would understand that. Ike needs a good kicking. Yes, I think so. Get your bug out bags in order. Yes, James, but here's what I would say. Bug in where you know it's generally safe, that you know the people around you. Okay, that's your best bet at this stage. If you go bugging out to the middle of the woods, okay, and it's winter and you don't have somewhere to go and it's isolated, etc., and 100,000 other people have had the same idea and you're all going to be competing for scarce resources, that's not the place you want to be. My advice would be make sure you've got a few months worth of dry goods and be prepared to be shut in when you have to. Look, man, right now, China in the middle of December doesn't have enough electricity to run the lights and heating in, I think it was Shanghai and another city that they were saying, because they've blockaded coal imports from China. Okay, and we could, if China's prepared to go there and they give zero fucks, right? And if they're prepared to go there, be prepared for it to happen in reverse as well. And we've got to be, you've got to do your best to make sure that you're covered. And then when you're covered, you can then extend a bit of help to maybe other people who just got caught out by this whole set of circumstances. Davro, that's it's all Boxing Day shopping. Shaolin Soccer is a great movie. I haven't seen that, but Hancock, Ike, Boris, Daszak, Anderson, just a few I'd love to give. Yeah, I agree. Have the front was getting shot driving up the driveway. Why would people shoot you on your driveway, dude? Wasn't talking to you, Kevin. Then you'll pick up your machete and continue across the wasteland. Shadows to avoid the roving guns of cannibal raiders. Yeah, I think if any movie catches what sort of societal collapse could look like, it's the movie The Road, right? And maybe for Sunday night movie viewing, we can do The Road, and I would rather avoid that, and there's so many factors at play right now, and a lot of people just sitting there waiting to they make profit out of these types of events. It's not the first time in history. Road is savage. Yeah, let's join Antifa. I'll play The Road. It's a good movie. It's grim movie. That's the thing, but it doesn't sort of glamorize what sort of societal collapse would look like. I'll do it on Sunday, or if I do, it's Christmas week, so maybe I'll slap on a movie. But it's dark, man. It's a dark movie, and I'll have to think about it. So. Book made me get teary-eyed. Yeah, even the movie does as well, man. It's just it's a disturbing story, and all these people thinking, like all the Cottrells out there that thinking they're going to be engaging in the another replay of 1776 are just deluding themselves. It's weird seeing history in real time, though. This is all orchestrated BS for control changes. Yeah, I mean that's the one part for me that disturbs me the most, right? If the World Economic Forum had sort of just been coming through and saying, look, the Industrial Revolution is upon us. This is what we need to do to sort of get through into the next stage of human evolution, and all the jobs are being automated away. So we have to have something there with respect to universal basic income. But the sanctity of human life is going to be preserved, etc. And we're going to work towards that transition from the current systems into the new blockchain reality, and we're going to, as a consensus, that's what all these countries have agreed. Then you kind of be like, well, okay, if that's where the technology is taking us, okay. But the fact that it would seem to be something done with malice of forethought by releasing of SARS-CoV-2, now we're into different territory. Okay, and now people need to be held responsible. And the thing is, if that's really the case of what's happened, expect it to get a lot worse before it gets better, I would imagine. And how would it get worse? Well, what was their slogan? You'll own nothing, you'll be surveilled all the time, but you'll be happy. Well, that's not the kind of world that I want to live in. And yeah, and I think that's kind of where I'll leave it tonight. So I just do the it's weird. Yeah, I did that one. Sounds like I'll get high, watch the movie, and hope my dreams filled with terror going forward. I'll reserve my gratitude for now. Yeah, just like I say, it's dark. It's a good movie, but it's really dark, man. Get a big dog. Yeah, but the thing is, you gotta feed that dog. Nothing much changed except the window. Paw Control muted me as I said, "You have a PhD and he's no doctor." Never tried to approach ScoMo. I'm blocked by our chief minister and lots of Labour and the Greens though. Got one, but she's too much of a sweetheart. Well, it's till they get hungry. You will have nothing and like it. It doesn't help. The transition period will most likely be a wild ride. Yes, and I don't think there's much we can do about it. Look, man, just be fucking grateful that you're not standing waist high in filth in a trench in the middle of winter, right? Trying to keep warm off the rags of clothing that you've taken off your mate that was blown to bits by artillery shells, right? It could be much, much fucking worse than they're talking about right now, or what's happening right now. So be grateful in that respect. They literally told us they planned on doing this for years now. Yeah, and it's not like it's new, and it's not like it's you can, if you took now and you went back 100 years more, 150 years to like the Industrial Revolution, where people sort of came from the countrysides into the cities. And why did they come and why did they give up that sort of natural life? Well, because there was more opportunities in the city. There was more, you could be somewhat isolated in your village hamlet, trying to rustle out a living picking blackberries and sheep, right? And we went for it wholesale. Your parents and grandparents did, and we all did. You're all watching me on the technology that's brought about this revolution. Are you prepared to just give it all up? It's kind of tough to do, right? That's a very tough proposition. Who's prepared to just throw their phone in the river? Who's prepared to unplug the PC and the internet and have no contact with the world outside? Because the thing is, you don't see people outside right now, even with the lockdown. Like I say, just my kids, there were never kids to play with, and it's not like it's dangerous around here. Just kids are inside all the time, and they don't have the same sort of childhood that I had. But I kind of view it as, well, you know, they're living in a different world, and they seem to have taken to it far more naturally than someone of my age group has. Okay, so probably if you're a Zoomer, you'll just slot straight into this new world and think nothing of it, whereas it'll be the older folk who are a bit more perturbed by it. Days of Global Nasty Book of Flus. By saying they had 50 viruses the other day. That's how the average Joe is going to survive the next few years. Feel like it's going to get really messy. So we know that there is the infrastructure in place to get food, medicine, and anything everywhere. The question is, what's going to be the medium of exchange, right? And how much is that going to entice people? And the thing is, there's still a lot of people that are going to need money, etc. Everyone needs money. So I will beg for a shekel at the end of this if you can spare it. And the automation will take time to come through. And I'm guessing that we're going to look at a change that they've agreed upon. Look, man, we can't have the wars like we used to. Although it was all jolly good fun and games for the boys, now the weapons are just a bit too powerful, and everything can just hit a bit too close to home. And so they've probably come up with this sort of arrangement. And if you don't stress your kids out too much, probably it's going to be okay. That would be my optimistic projection. The worst case scenario is that people do flip out, people are going hungry, and the backbone of the United States is broken because the blue-collar worker is unable to feed his children or service the loans that he's got himself into. And the thing is, people in that position get desperate, and if the World Bank turns around and just says, we'll forgive you your debts, etc., then yeah, maybe that's this sort of biblical age that we're sort of stumbling into. But so I'll give you a good example, right? The van blowing up in was it Nashville on Christmas morning? What did that do? Nothing at all. Disrupted internet maybe for a little bit, and even then I'm skeptical about whether it was actually the explosion that did any damage to the infrastructure. It does nothing to sort of take the this idea that you're going to take a bunch of them out with you, because those tactics have gone now. They were there, that was on the table sort of pre-internet days. But once we bought into the internet wholesale, you're basically trying to take the fight to an infrastructure that's designed to withstand nuclear Armageddon. And all these entities now operate on it. And yes, I agree that there's a mass transfer of wealth, but it's same as it always was, right? And probably you're just going to be you're having your illusions shattered somewhat because it's happening right now, and you always probably thought that you were keeping up with the information and how everything was going down, and you wouldn't get caught out by surprise. But here we are. Everything's changing, and thankfully at the moment all we have to worry about is casualties from the illness itself, and money and businesses, they can be rebuilt. Okay, lives lost is another matter. And so with that, I am gonna dip out. It's relatively yeah. I'll eat my neighbour's ass, Alex Papa Jones. Very, very good. The ghost town fire in Oakland, California. Haven't heard about that. Kids are in here all the time too. Just 5 years ago, I saw kids playing outside. Yeah. Don't you think there'll be some damage from dopamine reliance and constant sensory stimulation? I don't know the technical terms. You mean from computer screens on kids? Yes. Like screen addiction. My kids have screen addictions, but then so do I. It's very difficult for me to say to my kids, don't spend all day playing Minecraft, when what am I doing? Sitting in front of a computer screen. And what do? I'm now streaming to the public, which is what they watch streams and want to be YouTube streamers, and now Dad is doing that, right? So it's a difficult set of new circumstances that we have to deal with, and I'm not sure what the right answer is. What I do think is that you can't stop them. All you can do is try and balance it out somewhat. So I'm going to put some links there. If you want to help share, get the word out about what a grift merchant Andrew Kaufman is. I'll be back sometime soon, and you kids all play nice, be nice, and it's not, you switch off the net. Yeah, I mean that's basically what it is. Switch it off, spend time going out and walking, and yeah, take care guys, and yeah, it's still Christmas. Enjoy Christmas, man. And if you're lucky enough to get it with your family, be extra thankful. If you missed it with your family this time, make sure you don't miss it again. And with that, I'll OBS.